G'day, Dark. G'day, Gamer. How are we on this fantastic Monday? Doing pretty good? Good to hear. What up, Vongo? How you doing? You're not for dirt. I'm assuming you mean first. Hello, Snowflake. How are you doing? Welcome in. We have not much to do. There's so much tedious stuff that we have to do to get things finished. So much tedious stuff that we have to get done. McCory, hello. Oh, Snowflake, you could have been third, but now you're fourth. Unfortunate. Unfortunate. I've been good. I've been good, Snowflake. We've got ads, so I'm gonna just do some GamDev while we wait for that to pass. And there's the ads. Whoops. Whoopsies. Oopsie doopsie. That's right. Have you contacted your ISP from stuff that's been happening? I already spoke to them last week. That's about it. I'm probably going to get in touch with them this afternoon. It's be like, hey, I just wanted to see if they're doing anything, because there were dropouts on the weekend that I assume they would have seen. And there was a dropout on Friday that they would have seen if they were actually monitoring things. What up, Giddy? How are you? Do you think it's worth it for me to get a NAS, old PC with hard drive and stuff? It depends. What are you going to be using it for? Ooh. The hell is this? YouTube is tweaking. You keep getting jumped back and forth in your stream timeline. It's also because I'm in the basement with crappy Wi-Fi. Fair enough. Don't worry, I wouldn't be surprised if it was my side of things. You're doing good, Giddy? Good to hear. I'm doing good as well. We played a lot of Peak yesterday, but we need to now focus on this. Hello, Monkey. Welcome back in. It's been a while. It's been a minute. How have you been? What have you been up to? Depends. Does the cost of electricity running the NAS, assuming it's 24/7, underweigh the benefits of making a NAS? This is true. This is true. Been busy, built my new computer. Nice, nice. How is the new computer running? Is it your side? It could be. It could very well be my side, Bongo. I don't think it is, though, because I'm uploading like between 12 and 14 megabits per second. So I don't think it's on my side. OBS says there's no issue with dropped frames, so... it's a Blender beast. Ooh, nice.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, ads are over. It should say 63 days. Just like that. I'm also going to drop that down to like 64 font size. There we are. Beautiful. Howdy, Sammy. How are you doing? Welcome in. Has anyone got any ideas? It's not warfare or historical, which is basically every isometric game I can think of. How's the stream for you, Giddy, on YouTube? Is it okay for you, or are you getting it jumping around as well? That'll tell us if it's a YouTube thing or if it's okay? Alright, so it's a Vongo thing. There you go. Went from a Blender open data score of 4,023 to 14,954. God damn. That is quite an improvement, Monkey. Like, that is a beast of a machine that you've just upgraded to. Is it a 5090? Is that what you've upgraded to? Yes. Thought so. Knew it. What isometric game is this going to be? No, it's not. It's not a sim, so it's not The Sims. It's not a simulator. It's not a strategy, turn-based strategy, or real-time strategy. It's not historical, not warfare. Guild Wars 2. Oh, well, it is 2012. It is 2012 and fantasy. Could this be like Diablo 3? No. It's not a Blizzard. It's not a Paradox. It's not a 2K. Yeah, it's not Diablo. It is 2012 though. Fantasy 2012 isometric multiplayer game. Coding projects, large video stream VODs, music, and Home Assistant. And yeah, you could set up an old PC for that. The Home Assistant side of things, you'd probably want something that's got a bit of a powerful CPU so that it can like process things in like a relatively quick time, rather than using a CPU from 10 years ago and having it give you an answer like 10 seconds after you ask a question, sort of thing. This one's tough. A fantasy isometric. It's like a Heroes? No. Not a Heroes. Runic Games, Beijing Perfect World. No, it's not going to be Torchlight, I don't think. Holy shit, it's Torchlight too! There you go. Monkey, you were correct. I doubted you and was immediately proven wrong. Nice. Well done. So everything here seems to be correct. Gonna be interesting. Oh, that's something I need to do. I'll do that after stream. To help counter the NVIDIA stigma, I'm going to try my best to use Arch or Mint a lot more. Like, NVIDIA GPUs usually run fine on Linux, from what I've found. Haven't come across any issues yet with running them. That's what I need to do. You got to remember that. But that all depends on what you're doing, though, Monkey. Like, when it comes to DaVinci Resolve and Blender, the NVIDIA GPUs are going to be better. Just because they have better support for NVIDIA than they do AMD, in my experience. Because, like, if I want to get Blender and DaVinci Resolve recognizing my AMD GPU, I have to go through this whole process of setting up like something in the AMD Pro stack. The NVIDIA side of things, if I just have an NVIDIA driver installed, it doesn't have to be a studio driver or anything like that. If I just have the regular drivers installed, then Blender and DaVinci Resolve just pick up the GPU perfectly fine. So there's pros and cons to both. And playing games with the NVIDIA GPU, my secondary PC, that used to be my main gaming PC for like 3 years. And that has a 3080 in it. And it's fine. Like, I haven't had any issues with NVIDIA drivers at all. So, for me, the issue with NVIDIA is how much they charge for the GPUs. That's my only issue with them. If their 5090 and that were priced better, even their 5080 and 5080 Ti, if those were priced better, I'd probably buy those instead of the AMD. But I just don't think they're worth the price that they charge. MSI Katana laptop, NVIDIA GeForce 3060 RTX. Yeah, works really great with gaming, GamDev, and music prod. Yeah. Home Assistant is just running simple things, like when I scan NFC, my fan turns on and lights off to initiate EP time mode. What? Okay, so it's not really a Home Assistant. There's just like some automation, like some home automation, that type of thing. Have a Lenovo Yoga 16. I have a Framework 13. Yeah. Which, that reminds me, I need to actually format that thing to be Linux. I need to reinstall Linux stuff on it so that I can get things set up for Godot first. God damn, Monkey! Monkey, much appreciated the $75 to the Cancer Council. You legend. Oof. That's a big one. Much appreciate the support. Mr. Streamathon? Yeah, we went for like 12 hours, and then I got to a point in Silksong where I was just like, I can't keep being this frustrated. I need to stop. Plus, I streamed for 12 hours playing Silksong without having lunch or dinner. So I started at 7 a.m. after having breakfast, got to 7 p.m. and I was like, I should eat. I just started as well, taking it a bit easier. What up, Full Stack Dev? How are you doing? Why can't I... Howdy. Howdy, hey. How are you doing? There we go. Trying to return value of type storage GD to a variable of type furniture GD. Oh. Yep. Yep. I know what I'm doing. Whoops. Whoops. Doing good? Good to hear. I'm doing well. Thank you very much. I'm, getting this stuff set up where we're getting the last things implemented. What's happening here? Incorrectly configured interact data for take box. Okay. Oh, there's no icon. Shit. So we're trying to get this stuff organized for us to create a trailer. So this is the last furniture object we need to implement so that when we make a trailer, we can put stuff on it, take stuff off, sort of thing. Kind of demonstrate its use in the trailer. And then we need to go through the UI, create all of our icons and stuff like that. And then after that, we're pretty much done for the... We've got everything set up that we need to, and we can start doing like recordings for the trailer. And then we can get Steam page set up. Yeah. Yes, it is a shop simulator. It's going to be like a trading card game shop simulator, but with bobbleheads instead. So run this, get these. I need to fix that up still too. I got those things. Right there. You can like unload these and set their price. You can even unbox them. I don't know why all of the meshes are appearing at the moment, but they are. You can bobble their heads as well. So pretty fun. Yeah. And then you can collect them. And this is the thing we're working on at the moment. Okay, so we've got an issue here. Oh yes, no interact secondary. Of course. Yep. Interact secondary. this needs to interact with you. It needs to call this. And placebox is also needed for something else. Oops. Pop you there. Placebox is for the NPCs. So yeah, this is what gets called by the interaction manager. But I don't need to worry about these two right now. To do handle placing item from NPC. But I don't need to worry about doing that for the trailer or for the demo. Hello, Chill. Welcome in. You are a little bit late. Not that late, just a tiny bit. Then we need... Congratulations. Actually washed your hair for once? Why? Why do you not wash your hair more often? Get rid of that. This one here will go... I need to instance preload delivery box. There we go. Find it hard to wash my hair, plus I don't like being in the shower too long. Makes my body more itchy than usual is. Fair enough. You're not allergic to water, are you? You're not an alien from Signs, are you? Allergic to water. I crack myself up. Delivery box instantiate. Item data is... we want it to be from this stored. What up, Snowflake? Do you see a downside to completing a week's worth of college assignments in one day? There is a documented downside to it, which is you don't retain the information as well because you're cramming it all in one day and your brain's not able to process all of it and retain it in the long term. So that's the downside to it. other than that, yeah. I mean, maybe you're not able to get it to the standard that you want to get it to, but I mean, that's... yeah. Ah, you have eczema. Yeah, eczema is shitty. I get some eczema from time to time, but yeah, not that much. I say max do like 2 assignments in one day. It also depends on the assignment, because some assignments you need to spread out over multiple days. Like, especially if the assignment is to write a program or something like that. Like doing I think one of the assignments I had to do for Linux system admin was writing a script that would take flags at the prompt, and then that script would use those flags to compile a Linux kernel, update the Linux kernel on the machine that's running the script, and back up the existing kernel. And if there's any errors, it should stop, restore the backup kernel that you took, and output an error message to the user. That's not something that I was going to do in a day. So... what do we need to do? We need to go stored. Actually, let's do custom sort. Actually, no. Item data equals stored front. Top front. We go game state player. Game state, no, signals. I feel there's a hold object. There is a hold object. Alright, cool. They got mad at me for doing the whole month's work in 2 hours, so I've slowed down significantly, though. I've made it so that my Windows 11 taskbar is technically the Windows 10 taskbar, so that I could have it at the top of my screen. So I don't have to worry about it if it's on the wrong side. Still going to get a bit of getting used to, yeah. I remember, like, you can see how I've got Waybar up here that has all of this stuff. I remember when I was using Windows, like, for work, like when I was forced to use Windows, I would always move my taskbar and start menu and stuff to the top of the screen, and I would have it auto hide. And then when people went to like help me with, like, when I asked someone to give me a hand with something, and they'd like go to use my laptop, they'd try to find the start menu, and they would just be confused as all hell. Just so confused. They're like, "Where's your taskbar?" Like, perhaps press the Windows key. You know? Taskbar on all of my operating systems, I try to have it at the top. For some reason, I prefer it. I do also like taskbar to be hidden. Yeah, because hiding the taskbar just gives you that extra real estate. Yeah, that's all it does. The only reason I have... Fuck. That's... There we go. Okay. So, this is why I always have my taskbar. Because I can see what my upload speed is at any given time. So if the internet crashes, like if I lose internet connection, I will see it. I will see my upload drop to like 20 kilobits a second. That's the only reason this remains visible all the time at the moment. Too many times my internet has crashed over the last few days. I need to adjust all that. There we go. Need to finish my graphic work. Fair enough. That's fair. I need to find... So there's placing furniture. No. That's just on player. If it's not null, I go held object is inside tree. We do that, else held object add child. There we go. Because this one here is not in the scene tree yet. We're instancing the delivery box and telling the player to hold it. There we are. Pick it up. Alright, let's see what happens. Invalid access property or key. Current state. Storage shelf interact secondary. You know what? I'm going to change this to be windowed. Just so that I can actually see what's happening. I think the main issue at the moment is I append this here, but I'm not actually doing that. What I want to do is go reparent. bar. Game state player get held object. No. Reparent it to self. And go... reparent this to self. Vector 3.0. Do all of that. Is it more difficult to make a 3D game in Godot than 2D game, or just different? Just different. The main the main thing you're gonna struggle with between 3D and 2D is the art. And that all depends on what you're more comfortable with. So, and I guess it also depends on your background. So if you're a programmer, then you need to find out if you prefer doing 2D art or 3D art. If you prefer doing 3D, you need to figure out if you want to do stylized anime style 3D models, or if you want to do low poly 3D modeling, or if you want to do high detail realistic modeling. And then if you want to do 2D, you got to figure out if you want to do pixel art, if you want to do standard art, standard just plain rasterized drawings and whatnot. If you want to do vector art, stuff like that. And because like if you aren't good at 3D modeling and you go to make a 3D game and you need to create a bunch of custom models for the characters that you're implementing, that's going to be more difficult than if you are already skilled at pixel art and can easily create a bunch of pixel art stuff. But at the same time, you may want to learn 3D. So that may be what pushes you into 3D. But yeah, like for me, I haven't found a difference in difficulty between 2D and 3D because I'm terrible at both 2D art and 3D art. So it doesn't matter too much for me because either way, I'm going to be crap at the art side of things. The code is basically the same. Append box. Item data. So I don't actually need this. Oops. I'm doing a 2D game. I'm thinking of learning how to use Blender so that I can make a 3D model for 3D printing for cosplay and other useful stuff. Yeah. Yeah, 3D modeling is very useful for like, if you're 3D printing stuff. There's a lot of stuff online as well. Like AutoCAD has 3D printing modeling thing. What was it? I forget what it was, but there was some software, I think Tinkercad, that's it. So Tinkercad is a free 3D modeling software. It comes with a lot of basic shapes and whatnot, and some more complex ones like screws and stuff, so that you can 3D model different things, and then you can download those models, put it into a program that slices the model, and then take that slice file and give it to your 3D printer so it can print out each of the layers. So this could be a good starting point for you. Or you can just go straight into Blender and make your models there. But Tinkercad gives you, like, you select the type of 3D printer you have, and it shows you the actual printer bed. So you know if you're going to be going out of bounds of the printer bed with your 3D model. Yeah. The reason why I'm doing that, so that I can go boxes, get children. Boxes append. Boxes. Get child count. Expected statement found indent. Ah, whoops. I see. There we go. So now we're just focusing on the children of boxes. This free parents. So that's going to reparent the front one. You're going to append. And then we can do boxes. Get children. Sort custom. And we can sort boxes. Thanks for the lurk, Snowflake. I shall consider it, but I don't have a 3D printer. You can get some good 3D printers on Amazon for like $100 or $200. I just wonder if there's several 3D models ready for games. Just trying to... There are. Like, you can kit bash, which is what I'm doing at the moment. My next game is going to be a 2D game, and I'm going to do all of the artwork myself for it. But also, you can work within your limitations as well. Like, you've got games like... I'll wait for this to open up. We'll wait for Steam. Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. So you've got things like time flies. I refuse the waiting. Hello, Thornity. How are you? So time flies is very simple imagery. It's literally like 1 pixel lines just everywhere. And this is your character. It's a fly. So it's not like it's complicated images. Like they're very simple images to make, sort of thing. So you don't need to make a fun game with high quality 3D models or high quality artwork. You can do very, very simple art style of just like single pixel lines. Everything's black and white, and that's it. Yeah. Okay. We need this sort to take A and B. This returns bool. G'day, Razor. How are you? I'm trying to sort these boxes. There you go, return A item data quantity less than greater than B item data quantity. Because I'm pretty sure you go for sort custom. Things are going well. I'm just getting some stuff set up for our storage shelves. Return true if the first element should be moved before the second. Seto! Good day, Seto. How are you doing? Is it Seto's birthday? Is that what you're trying to tell me there, Irad? G'day, you good dunce. How are you doing? How was your stream, Seto? A Seto birthday raid. Woot woot. Happy birthday, Seto. Hello, RGB. How you doing? Everyone, go check out Seto. An amazing robot. Which means they don't make mistakes like me. A typical human. Wait, what is with that hot dog? Oh no, it's a bean! That's a bean! Maybe a little bit my B-Day. It was a good time, jammed out more on Vintage Story. Nice, nice. Did a bunch of searching for iron, but failed. Interesting. Have been having a good start of the stream today? We have been. We're almost an hour in, and I'm just getting the logic for this stuff sorted out. So, oops. We're trying to get this shelf here so that we can place these boxes onto it. Like, throw you there, grab you, and hopefully... There it goes. Look at that. Look at that. Non-existent function append 40. Okay. So yeah, we're just testing that out today. Hopefully, like, once we get this done, this is the last bit of code that we need to do before we just set up icon data, like different icon images and whatnot for the UI. And then we create a trailer and get the Steam page up. This close. This close. And then we start working on getting the demo ready before Godot Fest, which is in 63 days. If I can have the demo ready by Godot Fest and have that up on Steam by then we'll be like, yeah, we've got something up there. And then after the demo, there's a little bit more work to be done, coding-wise, and a lot of modeling that needs to be done. So, yeah. It's very exciting stuff, Seto. Very exciting. Yes. Welcome in. Happy to have you all here. It's Monday for me as well, so if I appear tired, that's why. That's why. Or if we're climbing the art mountain, will be a bunch of fun too. I'm terrible at art, so it probably won't be. It's probably going to be agonizing. But that's okay. That's perfectly fine. Like, really all I need to do... the icons at the bottom there, as well as the icons for the side stuff as well. I need to do those, and that's going to be more like what button you need to press. So it'll be what button you need to press. For some of them, I'll have like the actual icon of what it does. And then there's also the icons for these. So this needs to be something that represents bills. This needs to be something that represents like handymen, like a hammer and a sickle, or like a hammer and a nail, or something like that. Arts and crafts needs to be like a paintbrush and the little paint holding thing that Bob Ross always uses. Rebobbling needs to be like a remodeling type of look. Agria bobbles, that just needs to be a bobblehead sort of thing. Furniture, that just needs to be like a sofa, maybe, or a shelf, or like a collection of shelves. I don't know. So we need to figure out that stuff next. What's awesome is you have your mechanics in and can envision the stuff you do need art-wise. Exactly. I'm always a very big, like, even when I'm working somewhere, like doing a web dev job or something like that, I always do functionality first, because it doesn't matter how good something looks. If it doesn't work, no one's using it. So make it work first, then make it look pretty. That's how I do everything. And it comes back to bite me from time to time. It does bite me from time to time. What was the error we had? It was line 40 or something, wasn't it? Ah, yes. Reparent boxes. That's what we needed to do there. The next thing, like once we have this working, then I just need to get the positioning logic implemented, and then we're done. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I can take it, and it's back in my hand. Oh. Nice. Nice. Now there's just a few bugs there I need to fix up now. Love it. Love it. Um, update interactions. Go in here. You don't need to do anything at the moment. Actually, no. You should do interaction manager. Remove interactions. And then interaction manager. No. I don't want to do that. Update interactions. We go interaction manager, remove interactions, and interaction manager, set interactions, get interactions. All right. We go interaction manager, remove interactions. This is going to be an array of place box and interaction manager, set interactions, get interactions. Now take these two, pop them down here as well. Now change this out for take box. Like that. What are you doing for the rest of the day, Seto? How are you enjoying your birthday? Now that you're off stream and you don't have to entertain and act like a monkey for all the people in stream, like all of us do. I'm sure I usually hide on my birthdays. I feel that. I feel that. Oops. Might play some PoE 2 hardcore and just grind up. Nice. I need to play some more PoE before PoE 2 gets released fully. Yeah. Okay. Cool. I guess I also need to go into here. I'm gonna have to figure that out. That's something I have to do. It's gonna be interesting. All right, I think that was ads approaching. I'm not gonna get another coffee. We're just gonna do this. Okay. We are just gonna do this while we have the ads pass. Let's see. I've just hit something in the game that is gonna be quite difficult to figure out. Damn it. So we know it's third person. It's not open world. It's not sci-fi. Could be historical. It's not Assassin's Creed. Could be Uncharted. It's not Uncharted. So we know it's on Windows. Huh. What other games are there that have third person and something else? Third person and... It's not third person and first person. Could be Dragon Age. No, because that has... It's not Dragon Age because that's isometric and we know it doesn't have isometric view. So it has to be like third person and side view. Which could be a fighting game. What fighting game would have third person and side view? It's not a Final Fantasy. First person, third person, virtual reality. Okay, the virtual reality knocks it down a bit. Okay. 2012, 2018, first person, third person, virtual reality. It's not Mortuary Assistant, because that doesn't have third person and was released after 2018. It's not Phasmophobia, that was released in 2013. That was released in 2020 and doesn't have third person. What other games have virtual reality? Is this going to be... Okay, it's not Skyrim. It's not anything Bethesda, Square Enix, Sony, 2K, Gearbox, Ubisoft.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yeah, what first-person, third-person virtual reality game has multiplayer, massive multiplayer online, co-op, and single player? The hell? An MMO that has virtual... Is this going to be... No. Okay, so it's not VR chat. That doesn't have third person. It is a sim. It's a simulator. A simulator shooter. A simulator shooter. Historical. Red Dead. What the hell? Needs to be an MMO. That's right. First person, third person virtual reality. Simulator, shooter. Historical. Possibly survival. Possibly sandbox. Possibly warfare. I do not know. Any ideas? Any ideas, chat? McCory, you want to throw something out? Something clearly where VR was added later. But what? It's an MMO, for Christ's sake. Is it like Warframe? Elite Dangerous? Hellish Quart does not exist here, unfortunately, McCory. I wish. It's not gonna be Madison. Because, like, that doesn't have third person, right? 2012 or 2013? Finn, you've got to help me out here. Surely you know what this is. Surely your smart brain knows. VR chat does not have third person in some words. It does have third person. Well, according to this, no it doesn't. And VR chat is 2014. Thank you very much, Finn. It'd probably be like an early access or a beta or something like that it was accessible. And 2017 was like its official launch sort of thing. You know? I feel like going for something like... I had an idea. I had one. I had a guess. And now I've lost it. Edge of Nowhere? Nah. No Edge of Nowhere. It could be... What's it? I had it. Ooh, what if it's a racing game? What if it's like The Crew? First person, third person. I don't know if it has VR, but it could have VR for first person. Ooh, it could also be... Oh, it could be Euro Truck Simulator. Truck simulators always have VR, right? I don't know. War Thunder. Yeah. Wasn't getting that. We were way off. Didn't know it had VR. I completely forgot it was a game. Yeah. That's funny. I dislike this. Time for me to finish graphics work. I think she should be able to do it. Nice. Good luck, Chill. Good luck. Make sure to post it in the Discord when you're done with it so that we can all just look in amazement at your art skills. I need to fix this up. So we can place this, grab you, oops. We can place you there, but then when I take the box, notice how I don't have any of the interactions. How am I doing that for the other shelf? I'm going to have to refactor that after I do the demo, I think. Not art, sadly. I can show you something else that I've done. I mean, if you want. You said graphics work, so I assumed that it was art-based, but I'm assuming it's code or essay writing-based. Both of which are not nearly as fun. So we place the item, we take the item. Interact primary, interact secondary. Ah, that's right. That's what I'm not doing. I'm not changing its state. Yep. I'm an idiot. Well, I'm an idiot. Under here, gonna go box. I don't need to change state when I place it. If I go in here, get you, we assign you null. Switch state, held, otherwise idle. This is changing the player's state machine as well. Okay. So when we take, we do that. Hello, Dex. How are you doing? What's been going on with yourself? Character place item. So when we do a place item inside shelf, That doesn't do anything with it. So I feel what we need to do... Game state player. Old object. Yeah, do this. Actually. That's correct. That'll work. I don't game as much as you art. I bring shame to my family. Doing all the art, all of the time. Nice. All of the art is always a great way to be. Let's see. I think I spend too much time standing on one leg. Because my left leg is starting to hurt. Like, the bone. The bone is hurting. And like, ever since it started, I've noticed that I'm like always leaning on that leg. Like, maybe I should stop doing that. I need to find a way to convert. Actually, hang on. Godot for GLSL shader. Converting GLSL to Godot shaders. Based on GLSL with Few Addition. Okay. GL frag color. GL frag coord is frag coord. So if we go HLSL shader. Use HOSL shader. You're already familiar with GLSL. The Godot shader migration guide is a resource that will help you do that. But what if it's not a GLSL? Like, what if there's a HLSL? How am I migrating that? What if I do HLSL to GLSL? That's HLSL to readable, usable, and efficient GLSL. Okay. So it looks like there is a way to do it. And the reason why is because, yeah, so we've got lerp and mix. If I can convert the HLSL of... Where are we? So this here is HLSL. If I can convert this to GLSL, then I should be able to easily convert that to Godot shader language. So you got like this stuff here. You got lerp, which in here... Actually, no, there's a saturate. And saturate is a clamp, basically. So if I can convert all of that... Texture LOD is sample level. Texture sample. In GLSL, you just do sample, sampler 2D, texture sampler, coordinate. Yeah. Because then I can use this. I can use this entire thing here as my chroma key stuff in Godot instead of other bits and pieces. So that might be the way we approach it. Switch to my PC because my phone ran out. That's not good. That's not good. Store experience is done. Honestly, I am just thinking now, I probably don't need the storage shelf for my trailer. Just saying. So all of this is probably stuff that I don't need to do for the trailer, but I need to do for the demo. So this could be a couple of days of work that just wasn't needed. But we're in the thick of it now, so this is taking. What I can do is go state machine, switch state, call deferred, enums state, stocked. If obj no. Oh, that was right. Innsbar! Good day, you good dunce. How are you doing? What have you been up to today, Innsbar? We are working on our storage shelf. That is what we are doing. I think I need to do this same logic over here. Where we go? Box. State machine. Switch state. Call deferred. Enum state. Stocked. Down here. Get children. Front. State machine. Switch state. All deferred. Enums state held. Should be good. Played a bit of Vintage Story and then worked on the stream overlay rewrite in Rust a bit. Nice. Rewriting your overlay in Rust. Impressive. Running into a few issues, probably just a lack of understanding of the Rust language. I mean, that's no surprise. It is Rust after all. You're the second person to raid in that was playing Vintage Story. I feel like I need to get onto Vintage Story at this rate. There's so many people playing Vintage Story. What's going on? I was working in Seto, actually. Well, there you have it. Welcome in. I think we are almost got this working. Yay. Okay. So we can see okay. Let's try something here now. Pop you there. Take you. Then we're going to ooh, hello. What happened there? Something's broken. My overlay is all TypeScript, so translating over from that is not super straightforward. Yeah, that would... Ooh. TypeScript to Rust. That's a very interesting path to take. Still not 100% certain I even want to actually use Rust for my overlay. If anything, it was more just a challenge to learn Rust. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You could... Hey, like, what are you using apart from Rust? So, like, in terms of, like, packages, libraries, frameworks, all that kind of stuff. I thought it would be cool to continue using Rust. A lot of effort not gone to waste. That's fair. I was just thinking, like, is it something you could use Bevy for the Rust game engine? Maybe. The actual overlay is actually in HTML and connects to the back end via WebSocket. The actual overlay visual is HTML, connects to back end via WebSocket. Okay, so you're doing the back end in Rust and you're doing the front end in HTML TypeScript stuff. Yep, okay, fair enough. That makes sense. That makes sense. The reason I wanted to switch to Rust from using the reason I wanted to switch to Rust was so that I could maybe eventually switch from using HTML to running a native application. Probably write my own graphics engine for it. Nice. Nice. It might be a good idea to start with something like Bevy then. So that way you do have the entire thing written in Rust, but you don't have to write your own graphics engine. And then after that, you can start writing your own graphic side of things. 2 greater than 2. That's not right. There's 8 in there. Huh? The hell? Your quantity is 1. But the delivery box... Heard talking about the chroma shader. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to translate the HLSL of Godot of OBS shader into GLSL, and then convert the GLSL into Godot shader, because Godot shader is based on GLSL, and OBS shader appears to be written in, like the chroma key stuff appears to be written in HLSL. So I have to do some mapping of the shader, which is very frustrating. Super duper frustrating, in fact. I don't know why this is not playing nice. does he held? Ah. Place these. Let's do that. Nope. That's wrong. I didn't update this. I think that needs to be less than. I think. It's not that hard to convert, at least from HLSL to GLSL, I think. But also no shader language, mainly GLSL. Yeah, so we haven't looked at it before. So you've got HLSL to GLSL. And this thing. There's like these different things here for like mapping the different bits and pieces. But then there's also, I also need to figure out like, you know, this view projection. I'm assuming Godot already has this built in. If we go, if we have a look at here, I assume there's some sort of view projection, like where are we? No, built-in variables for a canvas item, for example. I'm assuming it would be like, oh, canvas matrix? Could be canvas matrix. Canvas matrix, which is a matrix 4. This is a float 4x4, which would be a matrix 4. And that's the world space to canvas space transform. In canvas space, the origin is the upper left corner. So I'm assuming that canvas matrix would be view projection. Unless we go down here. Yeah, there's no matrix 4 here. So that's the only thing I could think would either be canvas matrix or screen matrix. One of the two. And then this image texture 2D, that's basically down here, you got texture sample, which they use that here with the image sample. And instead of passing in the sample and the coordinate, you go you just call texture sampler 2D, whatever your texture is, whatever your sampler is, and the coordinates, which would be the UV. So it's just a matter of like going through and being like, what fuck does this map to? Do I need this, or is there a built-in one in Godot for it? All that kind of stuff. I'm glad to see you just staying ahead as always. Of course, Jane. What do you think this is? Some kind of limb factory? Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Prosthetics. Psh. How are you doing, Jane? I just map from HLSL to Godot. I can. But I'm not that familiar with shaders in the first place. So if I can transfer it from HLSL to GLSL, I can go through Godot's GLSL to Godot mapping documentation. Tired, always tired, today particularly. Fair enough. Fair enough. How am I? I'm fantastic. I'm implementing stuff that's not working for whatever reason. And yeah. That's about it. Hello, Sofix. Give me 2 seconds. Get this. How do you configure Vim as the GD script editor? So the first thing you need to do is inside. Actually, I'll run through it after this for you, Sofix. I just want to. Do that. Do that. And now. See how it's not... Oh, wait, I know why. I know why. Because it needs to reparent before it's there as a part of the get children. Jeepers. Oops. I'm so silly. Have you tried blaming the compiler engine IDE your gods? Why would I blame me? Alright. There's an issue there that I need to figure out. So configuring Vim or NeoVim or anything like that to be an external IDE for GD script, you first need to go into editor in Godot and go into your editor settings. You need to go down to your, I think it was your text editor. Right here. You need to go into text editor and you need to go external. And then you need to specify your executable path. For me, it's NeoVim. For NeoVim, you need to do this type of stuff, like this whole command here, because Godot is going to send flags into this server.pipe file, and NeoVim's going to read those out so that Godot knows what line, or sorry, so that NeoVim knows what line and what file it needs to go to when you do something inside Godot. You can find this stuff online. This configuration is just something you'll find if you Google how to set it up. The next thing you want to do is under network, you want to go to the language server and make sure this is configured, as well as the debug adapter. Oops. Um, and inside NeoVim, you'll need to set up some of this after stuff, which is like your LSP configuration and your debug adapter configuration, so that NeoVim can handle autocomplete and errors and stuff like that Godot tells it about. So, thanks for the lurk, Insbar. Oh, that's a good stretch. That was nice. I'm gonna do a YouTube video at some point on how to set all of that stuff up. But you should be able to find it if you do a bit of a Google search for NeoVim as GD script IDE or as Godot IDE, you should come across a few blog posts that actually run through that setup that I'm using. Okay, what do we need to do here? I think what I want to do is we go boxes. I will, Snowflake. I'm going to have a fantastic rest of stream. I do think half of my issue, though, is the way I'm doing this. I think I need to do like a... array of delivery boxes. No. I'll try it this way first. Sort custom, sort boxes. What am I doing? I can just do it there. Duh. Alright, pop you there. Pop that there. Need to fix up those interactions. Okay, so see how it's still not doing it. So let's go as an array. We'll go boxes, get children. There we go. Boxes front. Print debug boxes. Finally, I've finished my graphics work. Was it everything you dreamed it would be and more? There we go. Now it's always giving me the box that has the least number. Yes. Good stuff. Good stuff. It's all working how I want it to work now. $10 mins to midnight. Damn. Get some sleeps. That's what you need. All the delicious sleeps. I now need to figure out what's happening. That's what's happening. I broke this. Game state player held object state machine switch state stocked. No, what am I doing? I don't want this to do anything. But I do want to do... Let's go into here. You rang. I also forgot I had a few things to update on Kubuntu. I would have done the updates at school, but I was getting bad signal. There, fair. Fair. Let's see. Just reload the page. That's funny. All right, so in here we go item, state machine, switch state, stocked. Whoops. under here, we go item, stocked items, pop back, return item. We change this to held. Now that should fix our issue with our interactions on the left. I hope. Perfect. Nice. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, you fantastic gedunt. Beautiful. 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 Yay. So now that you've followed, you're officially one of the gedunts. Alright, so congrats on that. Congrats on earning that title. Throw it on your resume. So have your resume that has your name, and then after it, it can have like PhD, MD, and you can add gedunt to it as well. Yeah. People must know. On your business cards, you can do it. Go to whatever authority is in charge of your country's passports. Get them to put gedunt as your title. So that takes precedence over everything, okay? So doesn't matter if you're a sir or if you're a lord or if you're a prince or a king or a princess or what the fuck ever, alright? Gedunt takes precedence. That's all you need to do. Get it on your passport, get it on your driver's license, get it on your resume, your business cards, your email signature as well. Yep. The more people that know, the better. Sleep time. Have a good sleep, chill. I hope it's nice and relaxing. Alright, so that's all set up now. Now I need to work on the positioning. What we need to do is when we place the box, ads coming in. Let's deal with that after the ads. That's what we'll do. GamDev. Time for another GamDev. Let's see here. Civ 5 is our first. Alright, Division 2 is our next. Alright, so we know it's a Tom Clancy, and we know it's an Ubisoft game. So this means it's probably going to be like a Rainbow Six Siege. That was easy. So we have, alright, start with Civ 5. Go with Division 2. Alright. So it's a third person. Let's try a Dark Souls. Alright, 2011 to 2015, third person. It's not RPG, not fantasy. So it is going to be a shooter, a third-person shooter. What if we try Uncharted? Okay, so it's not Uncharted. It's not Ubisoft, not FromSoft, not Sony, not Naughty Dog, not 2K. That rules out Borderlands as well. That's right, it's not Infamous. Alright, so it's a third-person 2013 shooter. Possibly sci-fi shooter. Could this be like Doom? No. Okay. Alright, chat. A shooter 2013 third person. The Last of Us. No, it's not going to be The Last of Us. We know it's on PlayStation 3. We know it's on PC. What is this? What game is this? It does have single player. I feel it's single player co-op. It's not going to be Army of Two. It could be a Gears of War. No. God damn, what is this? Yeah, I didn't think it was a Gears of War. There's too many goddamn shooters out there. I don't know. Dead Space 3. It would have been helpful if we had some of the themes. Oh well. Oh well. I guess I'll knock out my daily Akari. That was easy. 34 seconds.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay! Ads are over. Not there. Yeah, there. I saw a post a while ago. It said, a Chrome wrapper just hit Series C. And ChatGPT wrapper hit B funding. But you still think you need to make things from scratch. And it's like, makes you think. People don't understand what a bubble is. That's... See, the people that do, like the people that go with that and just go, oh, it's getting a shit ton of funding. It's like, yeah, it's getting a ton of funding. Notice how they're not saying that they're making money. None of it's profitable. eventually the money's going to dry up. And there's no money. And then they're not profitable. So they collapse. Like... You always got to be pre-revenue. Yeah. Let them invest in their AI and their meme coins and stuff like that, and then lose all their money because they invested in things that aren't stable. And then you sit back and just kind of go, ha 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 ha. Idiot. So now we've got that all fixed up. What was I working on here? That's right, positioning of stuff. I need to position the thing that we're placing. So we need to go collision, shape, size, X, no, Z. What up, Sizzler? How are you? Box position Z. The usual. Fair. So you've got the collision shape size 5x2. So if it's... We have the collision shape size divided by 2. So the entire thing, halve that. I don't want to offset it by that. I want to divide it by 4. So that way cuts it into 4 segments. And I can get the second or... No, the... Yeah, the second... Hang on. How am I going to do this? Because... Oh, that's what I can do. What up, to Decimator? How are you? Welcome in. Throwing your points into the black hole. Been really split on HUD design for the score. I'm not really happy with it. That's alright. Iterate on it. But you don't have to have it done today. Just keep iterating on it, keep changing it until you find it, and it's like, ooh, that looks good. And then progress from there. Have a look at some shaders, see if there's any shaders that you can implement that might be interesting for the HUD. We want to do a vector 3. 0, 0, and we want this to be collision shape size divided by 4. By no. Because we want the front half and the back half. Let's have a Z offset. Which inside ready. Actually. On ready Z offsets is going to be collision shape size Z over 4. And divide that by 4, that'll give us either here or here. Well, it'll give us the offset, which will be like 1/4 the distance. And then what we can do is go Z offset if boxes get child count modulus 2 is 0, else negative Z offset. And the Y offsets Y offset can be box collision shape size Y over 2 I need to figure out one specific shader for a thing I want to implement, but I don't know how to implement it in such a way that doesn't include motion sickness, or induce motion sickness. That's fair. That's for the VR. It's going to be VR based, is it? I don't think I'd get investors on a product I make. Not like they wouldn't invest, I just wouldn't accept it because it's like an extra added pressure to just bump up numbers and they can't ever be lower. And you have to make it climb constantly instead of just making something you enjoy. Yeah. Yeah. It's... If you want to enjoy what you do, you don't want to get involved with like investors and venture capitalists and stuff like that. Because then you're no longer enjoying it. You're always stressed. You're like, how am I going to make this better? What's our marketing strategy? All this kind of stuff. You're basically in meetings 24/7. And you're no longer the one working on the project. You're not working on the project. Other people are working on the project. You're just having meetings about how you want those people working on your project. In Titanfall 1 and Titanfall 2, the HUD moves based on player movement. I want to do something like that. Okay. So kind of like as they turn left, it has like a bit of a drag behind sort of thing. And in movement, yeah. Yeah, so like as they're walking around, it's like offset a little bit because they're moving, they're bouncing, and the HUD's always like a little bit behind. I think do you need a shader for that? I don't think you need a shader for that. Morning, Mike. The shade is for distortion around the edges. And yeah, I can see that. I wonder if what you're able to do is if you set up a canvas layer that has your HUD, you set up a 2D camera to view the canvas layer sort of thing, or you set up a separate 2D camera to handle positioning on the HUD. I don't know. And then you take you look at what its current offset is based on the position smoothing and how much it was previously, and based on the difference you apply an amount of blur. So the larger the difference is, the more blur there is on the shader. And then you just need to figure out the direction based on player movement and stuff like that. Fresh coffee and croissants with cream cheese. Nice. Very nice. Sure, I think we can go 0 if Get child count. If child count is child count modulus. Three? No, if child count is less than 2. What's that? So when we implement something with smaller boxes,
Hello, how are you?
ooh, hello, Bucky. How are you? Yes. Look at that. Very nice. Perfect. Now, the other thing I can do... Look at this. Look at this. Look at that. Oh. It's almost big enough to fit an extra set of boxes in there. Almost. Almost, but not enough. Yeah. I can probably drop that down by a 10. Increase that up by a 10. Yeah, that's what we'll do. It's going good, Bucky. Going good. What we're doing, we're bumping this up. Like so. And bump this down. Like so. Voila. Let's see what that's done. It's looking so... We're at the point where all I need to do is get the app icons, like these things done, as well as the icons for my interactions. And we're pretty much done at that point. Oh, I know why it hasn't updated. There it goes. There it goes. Queue in place there. It is so close to being able to make a trailer for this thing. And you've got game music in. We do have background music. We do have background music. This is correct. I'm not too worried about the height, to be honest. There's a few little bugs to fix up before I can make the trailer, though. A few little bugs, a couple of icon bits and pieces. Yeah, cool. Ooh, hello. What's happening there? Ah. Yep. Yep. I see what's happening there. For some reason, it took the one from the back instead of the one from the front. Yeah, we gotta fix up those positions a bit more. What's going on, Rebel? How are you? It's like this close to being how I want it to be. But it's not quite there. It's not quite there. You do not matter in the slightest. I've been slacking lately. I need to do my job for once. Thank you, Bucky. Thank you for letting me know that. I do need to BRB. I'm going to give you some words. Is that little music player thing a way bar or something? Tits. Music player thing. Oh, the pop-up. The Spotify thing. That's Dunst. That's Dunst. This. So Dunst is a lightweight replacement for the notification daemons provided by most desktop environments. So Dunst is just a notification thing. Good night, Bucky. Have a good sleep. Gedunst. Gedunst indeed, Sizzler. So yeah, it's just a little notification system. Yeah. Alright, I do need to BRB. I'm gonna pop these words up for yous. And I'll be back in a few moments. Once we get this started. There we are. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. There's the first word for yous. Oh, why did... Oh, that's not the first word. That's why. There's the first word. All right. BRB. I've returned. So, got a message from my ISP. Apparently they're doing emergency maintenance work today. Somewhere between 8 AM and 8 PM. Which means my internet could go down at any point. Ask them nicely to stop. Well, no, Sammy, this is okay. This is okay. This emergency maintenance is fine. Because that means it's going to fix my internet connection. Alright? It's going to fix the fact that my internet keeps going down randomly and dying. But the fact that I don't know when it's going down today, just somewhere between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m., and it's currently 9:40 a.m., any time from now on, my internet could just disappear. There's my favorite Bobble Shop character. Damn right. You know it. You know it. What I should do... There. We'll see what happens. See what happens today. Stream going to end because your ISP getting you for revenue. No, so for the last week, my internet has been dropping out randomly. So I got in touch with my ISP last week, and I was like, "Hey, look, my internet keeps dropping randomly. I've gone through. I've tried my secondary router. I've swapped cables. I've run the network tests through the app and whatnot, and everything's fine on my end." And they had a look, and they're like, "Yep, we can see that we've detected a few dropouts as well. We'll raise a fault to the NBN." So they raised a fault to the NBN, and then I got a message the next day saying that the NBN had cancelled my appointment about the fault, and that they were going to monitor the connection for dropouts because they hadn't seen any dropouts for 12 hours. So over the weekend, the NBN's been monitoring the connection. They've seen a few dropouts. And now they're like, oh shit, there actually is a problem. We need to do some emergency maintenance to fix this. It's like, yes, I know this. This is why I told you almost a week ago now that you need to fix your shit. But you said, nah, you don't know what you're talking about. And now you look like idiots because you realize that me telling you that my internet isn't working is actually true. So yeah. It'll be interesting. It'll be an interesting day. Who doesn't like a stream that could end randomly? But it's protocol, motherfucker. Logs are the protocol. Yeah, just a little bit. Just a little bit. We switch it to stocked. Why? Why? See how it's not giving me... See how it's doing a take item? And that's because of these. So your priority is 1. Your priority is 1. Storage shelf. These are a priority 0. Alright. 0, 1. Your collision layers. Delivery, which is 10. Furniture. Keeps things interesting? It does. See, gamer gets it. If not is open, there you go. Toggle open. Yeah, do that. So that's the first issue fixed, which if I order some of these, we've got pickup, take item, place item. No. Had a funny thing with our ISP here. Phonedus were missing last month's payment. I had to dispute we did with about 5 hours, where 4 hours was me just waiting in lobby. Yeah. You know, like that they're like, you haven't paid us, and then you're like, no, we have. Like, here's the receipts that we paid you. Piss off. So I don't actually want to toggle the open. We got open interactions. Take item, place item. Actually, the delivery box. How does the delivery box add the take item? Get interactions from a state machine, but the state machine doesn't have them. How have you been deving this game? Since May 24. So we're about 3.5 months in. So June 24th, July 24th, August 24th. Yeah. Yeah. About 3.5 months. I really need to deal with this. Like, that's the only place you're used. That's the only place you're used. That's the only place you're used. All these divide by 2s. That's, yeah, that's fine. Are you not too lost on that much code? Nope. So we have, we're appending the state machine interactions. The current state interactions. But if we have a look, that has that stuff. You have them because I just put them there. You don't have them. I don't need them in there. What up, handball? This is Godot. The Godot engine. This one. There. It's a very nice engine. Stocked has taken place. Means I do need that. No. Not what I want. Get rid of those. If is open. Interactions, append. Append array. Use GameMaker Studio 2 and just made a blank project. Wondering if you'd give me a random theme. A random theme. Let's do... There's a lot that you could do. What would be one that's in... What would be an interesting theme? I don't just want to give you the first theme that pops into my head, because that wouldn't be... That wouldn't be an interesting theme. What about liquids? Do something with liquids. Different types of liquids. You know, water, acids. Have some like some like gooey slime that slows you down. You can do a lot with liquids. Theme equals beard locks. Finally defeated a hard boss fight in Silk Song for now. Also, how are you? I'm good. I'm good. How are you doing, Skate? How was the, or which boss was it? Which boss fight was it? Let's try that. Lace. Oh, yep. Yep. Lace was a pain in the ass. I agree with that. I've actually considered using Godot for 3D games, but I'm fairly new to GamDev, and it's a lot more complex than GameX Studio 2. Do you have any tips or tricks on how I could learn it to make 3D? Really, the only way to learn an engine is by just starting to use it. Start with something simple. Like, start with a game that has you moving around the screen. Don't worry about gravity and whatnot. And then just add some interactions to it. So detecting something that you can pick up, and then either have that added to an inventory or appear in the player's hand or something like that. And you start making simple 3D things, and you slowly build up from there. There's no real shortcut to it. It is more complex, but the same thing with Game Maker Studio 2. If you haven't used Game Maker Studio, it's gonna seem more complicated than it is. And then you start to use it, you go through the Game Maker tutorial, the Game Maker Studio documentation and such, and it'll give you an idea of everything. There's also if we go to the Godot 4 docs, so under here, they've got a getting started, and they've got a your first 2D game, and they've got a your first 3D game. So if you go to your first 3D game, what this is going to do is it's going to take you through all of the basics of 3D. It will take you through spawning things in, moving the player with code, which is probably the biggest one. And yeah, kind of detecting areas, detecting hitboxes and stuff like that. So this first 3D game in the Godot docs will give you a good understanding of how to do majority of the basics in 3D. Didn't realize they had a fully guided setup like that. Yep. It's the 3D game is the exact same as the 2D game. They just have it with like 3D models and stuff like that. And they add the jump effect into it as well. Made a pecan pie and it was delicious. Nice. Very nice. Well, I'm trying to figure out how to deal with this. I think what I need to do... First time using corn syrup in anything? That's fair. Will the stream anomalies ever make a return? Potentially, but they will be more complicated. So, what I'm doing at the moment, Inspa, is off stream, in my 5 hours when I'm not streaming in the middle of the day, I'm working on this. Okay, so this here is going to be my 3D environment. You're going to have like this back area here that you can see. You've got me being projected from these 3 discs, being projected up. You've got my monitors that will be displayed here on these 2, but they'll be kind of backwards for all of you because they're facing me, not you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the stream anomalies into this, but instead of the anomalies being OBS stuff, it's going to be stuff in here. So, like, when we go to, like, when we play a game or something, we'll have it view this window here, and I'll have stuff out here that can change and whatnot. And it's up to all of you to identify what changes from time to time, what's an anomaly and such. And that window will change as well. So sometimes we'll be here viewing this stuff, other times we'll be like somewhere else viewing a different setup sort of thing. But it will make a return, just in a different format. Yeah, this is what I need the chroma key stuff for, because my camera being projected here needs to have the same OBS chroma keying type stuff. So, yeah. Yay. I need to figure out how I'm doing these interactions. Interact primary. What we can do is... I just loaded up Godot, and I'm noticing it says nodes. What are they? Nodes are all of the different things in your scene. So your character will be a node. Your character body 3D is a type of node 3D. It's essentially components in Unity and objects in GameMaker Studio. So everything is a node. All of this stuff is a node. So my delivery box is a rigid body 3D node, which has all of the stuff that a rigid body needs. Collision, forces, all that kind of stuff. And then you've got this here. This is a static body 3D node, which has like it's got all of the stuff for a static body, what its collisions are, what its material and linear velocity, constant velocities and stuff are, what its axis locks are, things like that. And you can even hover over this and you can see what the inheritance tree is. So object is the root of everything, and then node is the next thing. Any control node, node 2D, node 3D stuff is derived from node in the long run. You don't really need to worry about that stuff at the moment, though. All you need to worry about is everything in Godot is a node. Which one do I click? 3D scene, 2D scene, or user interface? So user interface is used for your HUD and your main menu and, things like that. A 2D scene is when you want to make a 2D game, and a 3D scene is when you want to make a 3D game. All of that stuff gets covered by the docs. So like under here, they'll run through setting up the game and whatnot. And they'll take you through setting up your scenes with your different nodes and such. And they'll explain to you what the nodes are and things like that. And like why they're used and how you would use them. So yeah, this'll go through all of that for you. And then you'll end up with a full scene that'll have an environment and stuff in it. Can you repeat your response to the chroma thing? Yes. The chroma key shader from OBS is like that Hypnoverse thing, that 3D environment that I'm setting up for my streaming. That's why I need the chroma key shader from OBS, because I do have a chroma key shader, but it's not as accurate, not as fine-tuned as the one that OBS uses. So that's what I want to, yeah. I'm wondering if in here, we've got a toggle open. Remove interactions. Is open, not is open. No, is open's gonna play this. Interaction manager, remove interactions. Get interactions. Where are we? Is open. I wonder if that'll work. Yes, beautiful. Lovely. I like it. Have you not been able to find a pre-made chroma key shader for Godot? I've got one, Insba. So, I've got a chroma key shader that can work in Godot. It doesn't work as well as the one in OBS. So that's why I need to take the one from OBS, which has a lot more stuff. Hello, Code Warrior. How are you? Like the one that I've got, for this thing. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You legend. Absolute legend. So the one I've got for this thing, all it does is this. It takes the length of the color of the texture minus the chroma key color. And if that distance is within the pickup range, it sets the RBG to whatever, and it sets the color to whatever. Alright. Otherwise, it goes through here and runs this. So it's... yeah, it doesn't do everything that it needs to do. Yeah. Why are there ants in far fields? Probably because ants are bugs. Yeah. And far fields is the ants' territory. I don't know. I cannot explain it. Okay. Yeah, so... yeah, I've got a shader that does chroma keying. It doesn't work as well as OBS. So I just want to take the OBS one so that I have something that works as well as OBS. Why aren't you closing? Because the stocked state doesn't have that. Yep. I didn't think you could make shaders in Godot. Yeah. That you can. That's how, if we do something like, let's go this. I'm going to change you to be a texture rect. I'm going to give you an image. It's just this placeholder. And then if I give you a shader, and I'll create a new shader called temp. So a very simple shader would be something like alpha, no, not alpha, color A equals the max, no, would be, what is it? I think it's screen UV 1.0 minus screen UV Y, I think. And then you notice that, like, down here, it's completely faded out, and up here, it's proper. Or you can change that around and have it so that it fades from the top and fades in. And you can even do a color RGB equals a vec3, where you take you go color R multiplied by sine screen UV X, color R, color B, no, RGB, you should be G. There. Then it like goes from blue over to pink or purple, does like a purpley fade because we're doing this. If I change this to a cos, then it goes the other way. Change it to a tan. I think we can also do like an A-tan. That would do... Here we go. Y. I think so. And it has that angle, has the diagonal. So, this is just a very basic shader. You can also do something like a... you can do... What, mod... No. Float Y as a absolute of the modulus of screen UV X 2.0. Then you go if the screen UV Y, well actually if Y is less than screen UV Y, you go color A equals 0, else we do that. Then you got this diagonal straight through there, and then you can start to shift things. You can start to go like divide by 4.0, or you can add 0.3. Or you can do 3.0 times, or yeah, but yeah, divide that by 2, or subtract 0.2, and then divide the entire thing by 4. Yeah, just move things around. But yeah, you can mess around with things as much as you like. Even change this to the Y. But yeah. We can delete you. Close you. I can delete that. Yeah. Shaders are fun, but they're difficult to perfect shaders. Like it's a whole different type of programming, shaders. It's mostly trigonometry as well, because it's just doing a bunch of different geometric changes. You're altering the geometry, so you use a lot of trig to determine how you want things inside that area to change over time and things like that. What I'm looking for now is when we have... When this is stocked... We need to go into our stocked state. I need them to be able to open the box. Special secondary. This needs to go if character is delivery box, then I'm gonna do, actually if it's not delivery box, we just return out. Otherwise we do if character is open. No, not is open. We want to close it. And how am I? Oh, because yeah, the open and closing is not like that's toggling. All right, so character's not a delivery box. We just return out. Otherwise, we need to toggle open, don't we? Yeah. We need to do character toggle open to do it. Because the open and close should be mapped to the same thing. This has open and close, but I don't think I need that. I can just go close. Priority orders 1. They're both special secondary. Your interaction secondary, your interaction primary. Menu orders 0, priorities 1. You know what we need? We need the shelf to sit a little bit higher. I think 1's not enough. Yeah, 851. So these ones here. Okay. Get those. Pop you there. Excellent. I don't know why the raycast is hitting this and then stopping. Like, it should be continuously looping. So it should keep looping over until it hits. Oh, your delivery box. That's why. Okay, I just see what's happening. There you go. Let's just do box detected. If collider, get collision wave value for 10. Box detected is true. There's one more state, bro. Not gonna lie, it makes me want to jump into GamDev again, just watching, listening to you. Do it. Why not? I'm sure you got some free time. You can have me on in the background watching while you're doing some game dev stuff. If you're not working right now, of course. If you are working, then probably don't start doing game dev while you're working your job. Wait until, yeah. I need to find my old Godot code where I tried to make the sand sim originally. I'm still amazed that you made that sand sim. That sand sim was crazy. This mustache is doing my head in today. If get collision wave value 11, or if detect interactables does not have collider. Actually, no. If interactables does not have collider, and collider Still needs work, to be honest. The simulation needs a lot of work, super buggy, especially with particles moving between chunks. Collider is not... Collider is Bobble. Or Collider is Mystery Box. Now I've got to set up a bunch of stuff for those things. Like the accessories and stuff. Because they're all interactables. They're all rigid bodies. You know what? You know what I can do? I don't need to do that. Don't need to do that. Because I have a priority interaction system. So the delivery box take item, place item, is a lower priority than the storage shelf. And yeah, so now it's just a matter of going through all the different interactions and making sure that their priorities are set accordingly. What just happened? Okay. Something bad has happened here. A pseudo kill. That was just continuously looping. That's what it was doing. I don't know why. Main thing is I think particles will just be in a single data structure together, and the chunks will query that when they need to render unload. Simulation could be broken down a lot easier, or even sent to a compute shader. Yeah. Yeah, that could work. Because I'd imagine that, yeah, a lot of it's the performance stuff. Let me read this one. I've been trying to think of how to make the simulation more performant. And also break away from having to worry about chunks when simulating. Yeah. What up, Fel? Needed a good time yesterday. Appreciate you. Appreciate you, Fel. Thanks for having me. That was a riot. At the end, it was just insane. My God. Just Arnie being launched into the lava. That was so great. Oh, God. Brilliant. Brilliant. I've got some sort of infinite loop going on here. Now. You're playing Peak? I missed it. Yeah, we played yesterday. Yeah. I played both. I played Peak yesterday in both streams too. Yeah. You'll just have to go watch the VOD, Doro. I also need to make a chunk loading, unloading more efficient. It's the biggest offender of lag. And meshing the particles for being rendered is also really bad. For 3 hours, exactly. Or, yeah, it was about 6 hours in total for me yesterday, and that was just 2 runs. 2 runs yesterday was 6 hours. It's ridiculous how long that game takes. How can we do this? Actually, no, not even how can we do this, just why is it infinitely looping? I have a breakpoint here if it hits you, breakpoint here if it hits you, and I keep going while collider's not null. And we keep adding things to the exclusion list. Like any collider we detect gets added to the exclusion list. So that there, when it detects the box, that's the issue. I had Outback Steakhouse for lunch today. How Aussie am I now, mate? Escamina, first of all, good morning. Second of all, I don't think we have Outback Steakhouse. Do we have any in Australia? I don't think we do. I've never seen one of these in Australia. So, first of all, first of all, just to put this out there. The bloomin' onion. I don't know where it is. But the bloomin' onion, that's not something we do in Australia. Like, I have never in my life had a bloomin' onion. Ever. It's not a thing. The cheeseburger spring rolls, that's not Australian. That's American. Like, none of this here is Australian. Bushy's seasoned deep fried button mushroom served with spicy ranch dressing. I've never heard of that. That's not an Australian thing. Caesar salads aren't an Australian thing. Like, you can get Caesar salads in Australia, but it's not an Australian dish. Like, I'm yet to see anything here that's actually Australian. What's proper Australian dish? We don't really have anything. Like, let's see. They don't have a chicken parma. All right. This is close. A steak sandwich. A steak sang is pretty close. You get that with a pint, but you normally get them for like $15, not $30. All right. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, no, nothing. Like, so an Aussie chicken parma. You go to a bar in Australia. Like, if you go to a bar in Australia and you get, chicken parma and pint. So this is Australian. This is Australian. Where it's like the chicken parma is essentially the majority. Like a chicken parma in Australia, you get it, it's like that big. Just the chicken. Like just the chicken parma is that big. And it's got cheese on top. It'll have some ham if you want. It'll have the tomato sauce underneath it. And then you've got like a bunch of chips under it and a garden salad on the side. That, with a pint, is a typical Australian pub meal. Yeah. That's called Alice Springs chicken here in Outback. No, it's not an Alice Springs chicken. It's just a chicken parma. That's it. And what is a chicken to Australians, just to be sure? Because animals are different kind there. A chicken in Australia is the same as everything else. An Australian chicken is this kind of stuff. Yeah. All different kinds. All different kinds of chickens. They're pretty normal. Pretty normal. I was expecting pterodactyls. No, you're thinking of cassowaries. You're thinking of these things. Okay. That's a cassowary. That's a chicken. Okay. Chicken, cassowary. They're beautiful. Should pet them. No. No. You don't want to pet these things. Okay? You don't want to pet these things. First of all, they headbutt you with this thing. You're done. And look at their claws. Look at those claws. Doesn't have to be from your country to be there, right? But that's the thing, though. Like, if you're gonna go down that path, Zyth, then Outback Steakhouse should also serve sushi. Alright? It should also serve Indian curries. Yeah? It's... yeah. That is not fried-shaped. Or friend-shaped. Yeah, true. What if I walk around like Dundee? Will that chicken still attack me? Yes. Yes, it will. You will try to defend yourself and it will not go well. So do not approach a cassowary. If you ever come to Australia and you see a cassowary, do not approach a cassowary. Don't do it. Apparently it originated in Australia, though, which is weird. I don't know which part that is. I need to figure out what this loop is. Why is this looping? Outback Steakhouse? No. I don't know why people think like Outback Steakhouse concept is Australian. Like, we don't have Outback Steakhouses. We just have steakhouses. We don't call them an Outback Steakhouse. And if you are in fact in the Outback, you don't have a steakhouse near you. You just have pubs. The steakhouses are a city thing. It's just a theme, not Australian culinary. They are appropriating Australian culture to sell things that are not Australian. That's the issue. Only have an Outback and a steakhouse. What up, Unicursal? A small family shop that sells pies and sausage rolls. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Really excited about the game and thinks it looks fun. Nice. It's going to be fantastic. You're going to be able to get all the bobbleheads. I just need to fix up something. I've just reminded myself of something. In here, we need to open our bobbles. I need to rename all of these. And that's going to cause a lot of stuff to break. This is... I forget what I've changed your name to. I know you are... Oldie Locks. Annie. Oh, it's scarred by fourth chorus. Who's fourth chorus? Is that the robot mech thing? The thing directly after Lace. I've never explored multiplayer. Never. I don't think I ever will either, just because it's a whole extra layer of everything. Networking, and like handling of like you've got to implement the networking, you've got to implement the client side rendering of it, so you need to handle not just player movement, but processing server side data to say where the players moved and stuff. The testing is doubled as well, because you're not just testing playing single player, you've also got to test multiplayer with other people and stuff like that. It's, yeah. It's too much. Too annoying. You Old Bobby Body. Old Bobby Head. Officer Oscar Body. Officer Oscar Head. Conan O'Bobble. You are Nuclear Nathan. You are Alex Anger. And now I need to figure out what I named you. What did I change your name to? Casey Womp. That's it. Because I couldn't come up with any other names. So I was like, Casey Womp. That's fine. That's what we'll call her. I don't know why, but whatever. I don't care. feel like to make something popular nowadays, you almost have to add it though. No, not at all. Silk Song and Hollow Knight aren't multiplayer. Balatro is not multiplayer. Time Flies is not multiplayer. What else is there? Reanimal is going to be single player. Industria 2 is single player. Long Gone is single player. Clover Pit will be single player. I Am Ripper will be single player. Giggleland is single player. The Five Nights at Freddy's games are single players. Dead Cells single player. The Mail Room's going to be single player. Super Meat Boy 3D will be single player. Memory is single player. Celeste is single player. Nine Souls is single player. Blasphemous and Blasphemous 2 are both single player. Elden Ring, that's mostly single player, like basically just single player. You got Black Myth Wukong and you've got Wu Chang Fallen Feather. They're single player. As far as I'm aware, they're single player. Slay the Spire, Undertale, Darkest Dungeon. Red Dead Redemption 2. Yeah, there's going to be a Super Meat Boy 3D. Super Meat Boy 3D. Atomic Heart, Crime Scene Cleaner. Trading Card Game Simulator, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, that's single player. All of the Euro Trucks are single player. Where are we? Control, that's single player. Cyberpunk 2077, that's single player. Schedule 1, that's single player. Claire Expedition 33, that's single player. The Outer Worlds. That new Kojima game. Yeah, so Death Stranding 2, that's single player. Hell Is Us. That's single player. A Plague Tale. Those are single players. Indiana Jones, that's a single player. Dredge. I'm pretty sure Dredge is single player. Subnautica, Assassin's Creed, Amnesia, yep. Blueprints, that's single player. Blueprints was a huge success. The point is, you don't need to add multiplayer for your game to take off. You just need your game to be entertaining. That's it. Yeah, Braid's 2009 though. Like modern day games that get put out. So like generally it's gonna blow up with funny multiplayer clips. No. There's also one that came out recently was Who's at the Door. Who's at the Door had plenty of funny shorts come out of it because it's a horror game. Fez, that's a whole can of worms. Fez is amazing. Like, it all depends on how you make the game. Like, I finally did it. I took off the CPU sticker on my laptop after having it since Feb. Fair. Who's the Door had 320p concurrent, but it's popular. Like, it took off. Like, it's not a game that you play a lot. It's a game that you buy, you play for a few hours, and that's it. It's not a game that you repeat over and over and over again. It's like it's still sold a shit ton of copies. I'll die on this hill. Feel free to die on the hill. You're dying for absolutely no reason. Yeah. Papers, please. That's not my neighbor. Stanley Parable. Like it just goes on. And just because you're not aware of the game doesn't mean the game isn't popular or hasn't taken off. Like, there's a lot of games that I don't know about that are very popular, but I just don't know about it because I don't play those types of games. The most popular games in existence are multiplayer, though. No. It's a lie. I would say the most popular game in existence is Doom. I would argue Doom is the most popular game in existence. And that's single player. And that's from the 90s. Everyone knows what Doom is. Annoying Annie. I'll be fair. The most popular games are Fortnite and Roblox. Just can't argue that. Will I ever play them? Hell no. I have no clue when to heal during fourth chorus. When its head comes down, you've got a chance to heal. I also don't think that we can count Roblox as the most popular game, because people aren't going on there to play the game. They're going on there because they're weird freaks that need to be separated and removed from society. Once you take all of those people out of the equation, it's no longer the most popular game. What people? Don't worry.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay, it's over. That. Save this. Bam. Plenty of multiplayer and single player games doesn't change the fact there's very few cases of solo devs getting popular with the former. Well, there's very few cases of solo devs getting popular with either multiplayer or single player. Like solo devs don't generally get popular. The amount of solo devs that are out there, like, I mean, you can flood the market with 4 million solo devs putting out a multiplayer game, and like 3 of them will become popular. You do the same thing with single player games, you're gonna have more be popular. Also, your idea of popular is based on how many shorts you see of that game. But just because you're not seeing shorts of a single player game doesn't mean it's not popular. Like, yeah, Animal Well's a recent single player game that was huge. Like, Animal Well was massive. Anyway, back to the point of this discussion, Zyth. Back to the point of this discussion. You don't need multiplayer for your game to become popular. You just need your game to be entertaining. That's it. That's not what I was saying. I think it was. I think your original message was, it almost feels like you need multiplayer for your game to be popular. Your original message was somewhere along that line. And the answer to that is no, you don't. That's... The answer is no, you don't need your game to have multiplayer for it to be popular. Done. Outer Wilds, my number 1. I'm disappointed that the Outer Wilds 2 is going to be so expensive. Prevents me from buying it. Love Outer Wilds. Didn't know they were making a second one. Oh, sorry, not Outer Wilds. Not Outer Wilds. I'm thinking of the Outer Worlds. They're making a second Outer Worlds. That was my bad. My brain doesn't fully process things. I just buy everything when it's on sale. Got Civilization 6 for $6. And yeah, but for you to get it for $6, you gotta wait for ages. Relaxing Randall. And then Sophie Sides. There we go. What up, Moonbase? How are you doing? Saw Steam Keys a couple months ago and got them on sale. Nice. Now we need to skip all these imports. I do dislike that I can't just select all of these and say skip import. I have to go through them one by one. Very annoying. Absolutely cray cray. It is absolutely cray cray. There we go. Okay. Learning how to use Inkscape, actually pretty good when you know what you're doing. Yeah, I don't. That's half of my problem. Okay, so whenever I come across an interactable... It returns a ball. Returns whether or not specified weigh number of the collision weigher is enabled. New debate. What's the best browser? None of them. None of them are good anymore because they all have AI. So the question is more which one is least shit. I'm not a fan of Brave or anything Chromium based because they don't work properly on Hyperland stuff. So I just don't use them because they don't work properly for me. I use Firefox because that works properly for me. I haven't used Vivaldi in ages. Vivaldi's by the same guy that made, what do you call it? Arc is good, no. Have you not heard what's happened to the browser company? So Arc browser is made by the browser company. Arc is the Chrome replacement you've been waiting for. It's made by the browser company. The problem here is Atlassian buys the browser company. So Atlassian, the people that make Jira and Bitbucket and all the things that you don't like in your business life, Jira, they now own the browser company that makes Arc browser. So the Arc browser is going to become just as shit, if not even more shit, than the browsers that are currently out there. Yay! How fun! Let's see if that fixes it. This is wrong. This is basically only hitting one thing and then returning out. Or breaking out. Just don't update it. Yay for persistent security issues. Surprised Trello is still not that much shit, to be honest. But you can see the Atlassian-ness on some things now. Yep. It's only going to get worse. Only going to get worse. Get collision layer value for layer 11. I've got to figure out why this isn't working. It's not breaking. Why doesn't it break? It keeps saying false. Keep saying false, which means it should get down here. Should apply the collider to the exclusions. Then raycast again. And then when it doesn't hit anything, it doesn't continue. Or when it hits the ground, it breaks out. Why? Why does it do an infinite loop? Because adding the collider's rid to the exclusion list. I don't even need to do that. Okay, so it's fine for all... Ooh, there we go. That's not good. Jesus Christ. How is that even happening? It's the exact same rid. 20066 0872069242. We raycast with the exclusions. And we tell it to assign the exclusions. So it's not... It's not excluding that thing? That's very confusing. So we know it was getting down to here. We know that that's false. As we can see, it says false, which means it didn't go into here, which means the exclusion would have appended the collider's get rid, which is what it's continuously doing here. But then when we raycast with that exclusions, and we say query exclude, assign the exclusions, raycast not ignoring exclude. The maths are not mathing indeed. The exceptions array can contain objects or rids. Oh my god, Velcro Beans! What's going on? How are you? What were you up to today? What up, Cyrena? Bean Crew coming in hot? Hell yes. Hell yes. And it's Cavino! Welcome in, y'all. How was all the things? I'm currently working on my Bobble Shop Simulator, but I've got a problem of an infinite loop. So yeah, yay. My stash is stashing well. Thank you very much. This side's a little bit disconnected and fluffy at the moment, but I'll fix that up soon enough. Soon enough. Infinite loop is the best loop. I mean, true. The game loop itself is an infinite loop, so that is technically correct. Hello, Shadow. How are you doing? Welcome in. By the way, I don't know if you remember, but I built my first PC. Nice. Well done. 5700X at the end instead of the 5600. Nice. Nice. A little bit of extra power there. I'm a floaty head man. We meet again. We do. We do. It's like we're always meeting like this. What's going on? Yes, I'm dealing with my raycast exclusions because for some reason my raycast is not listening to my exclusions. So yeah. I have that I'm trying to deal with. You gotta love it. Gotta love it. Well, I may have just fixed it. So, ooh, yippee. Yippee to me. Look at that. Yes. Yes. Fixed. And the whole reason I want that is so that... Pop this stuff out here. Yes, I'm trying to get things to the point that I can make a trailer for this game. And get the Steam page set up and whatnot. So now, you see how we look at this. And you see how it has take item, take box. That's incorrect. See, like that's incorrect. So now we've got to fix that up. It shouldn't be displaying take item and take box. Well, it should be displaying take item and take box, but it shouldn't allow me to take the box after taking the item. Yeah, that sort of thing. This interaction system needs a lot of work. But yes, Velcro, what are you doing for the rest of the day? What were you working on? Give us all the details. I'm sitting here slowly crying, trying to get all this finished. I got a message before, so if my internet randomly drops out, it's because my ISP is doing emergency maintenance sometime between now and 8 p.m. So any time in the next 9.5 hours, 8.5 hours, they could do maintenance. I'm honestly surprised my internet hasn't dropped yet. So spent a lot of time showing the game to a few people. Kind of like a little demo. Post the link. Give us the link. If there is a link. If there's not a link, that's fine. But if there is a link to itch or something, I want to bring it up and play it. Trying to figure out how to set this up. How to fix this interaction stuff based on how we have it already set up. Because when I take an item out of a box that's on a storage shelf, I need to remove the things for the shelf that we're looking at from the interaction list. Which means the shelf that we're looking at needs to be hooked up to be reassessed. I could add some overhead to it. I could add some overhead that'll like constant. Don't want to do that, but that might be the only thing I can do. I need to make a demo. One of our next things to work on. However, welcome to check out the VOD. Skipped to about 123. Let's have a look. Somewhere around here. Also, let me do this. There it is. I don't know why it pops up over here. There we are.
More week and one day I'll actually be able to send some Steam keys to some people. But we can definitely run her.
That's exciting, though.
It is exciting, isn't it?
Exciting!
You there?
Soon.
Actually, we can use Tracy.
Do what now? Oh, you need me to...
Hey, want to run the game?
Run it.
Sure.
Run it. Run the game.
load up Steam.
On stream is a private game at the moment. Not allowed to give out Steam keys first 3 weeks. We'll do that soon. Yeah, fair.
So, un momento on that. Close this.
Edge of Eternity.
Play.
Damn, that artwork. And seeing the main menu up in the top right. Like that looks nice. That must have taken a while.
It's both of us. So I'm gonna start.
That must have taken a while.
Okay, so you can do join game. We have a little, right now, a little multiplayer
My giant
lobby.
awesome game.
Yep.
Oh. For P8. Oh, it's a placeholder name.
Town.
Right. Right.
The town is a work in
Nice.
progress at the moment, but this is like a little cathedral we got going on up here.
Nice artwork.
Actually, you're watching Tracy more than me. Tracy,
With
you're
the
running around
okay.
theory this time. Not
The
me.
characters are
No,
a smaller
do that.
pixel art than the rest of it, by the looks of it.
Alright, I'll switch. Over here is just some dude's little house.
Nice. See the inside of the building. Rather than transitioning to a completely different scene.
Oh, you turned them around? Ha!
Yeah.
You didn't turn around the floating combat text.
I didn't know anything was attached to them.
The text is inverted. Oh, that's funny.
I have a little armory up here.
I didn't even actually know it worked.
Put a little thing
Oh.
up here eventually.
Bugs be bugging.
work for
Yep.
Doesn't work for the client.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that you always see, and you're like, hang on, that's
Have ourselves
how long has that been there?
chickens.
Turns out it's been there forever.
The library over here. This is a blacksmith.
Nice.
Yeah.
We have some tents and a fire pit that doesn't work. You didn't animate it? Or you don't know how?
No, because I don't know how.
Okay, it's fine.
But all the images are there.
Okay,
This looks nice.
we got ourselves a
Very well done.
little graveyard.
Nice, yeah, nice. Nice little fog effect in the cemetery.
Tavern.
Nice.
This one actually does have a little barkeep here. We'll walk back and forth and just kind of chitty chat.
And then the basement.
There is a basement. I don't
How long have you been working on this one for?
He might be in the basement. Let's go find him. Nope. It's a little basement. This was me working on, can I do bridging over the AI nav mesh? Oh, there he is. This is a little barrel boy. He like peeks his
I
head
need a
out.
barrel. I love it.
Likes to,
The 1.5 years?
use
Nice.
their- It's cute. So the idea behind the town, though, is what you're seeing here probably won't be in the game. When you first load the game, we want the town to actually be destroyed. And
Oh.
your job is to repair something.
Oh, nice.
This is kind of
So it's destroyed and you gotta do
survival
things
mode,
to
and then we're gonna start
rebuild
destroying it backwards.
rebuild everything
See how
and
it
bring
works.
people back
It
in
is that
and
you will get
nice.
choices by clicking these signs on,
Nice.
like how to build this house out a little bit.
That'll be good. I like that. I like that a lot. Soul, like Soul Calibur. Is showing it. Thank you for making it. Thank you for making it. I'm looking forward to it. Once it's available for wishlisting, let me know. That looks fantastic, though. That is some quality pixel art, too. Hey, goddamn. No, I can't get over the little guy that's like in the barrel. Not Soul Calibur, Soul Blazer. And Barrel Boy is the best. Barrel Boy is the best. If you have to have merch of Barrel Boy at some point. just like a keychain or like a little a plushie kind of thing, you know? Barrel Boy was a joke and now he's real. Spent some time working on his logic. I love it. I love it. Oh, it's beautiful. We've got friends joining us again. Just... Hey, Finn. Good day, you good dunce. Need a mini game of Barrel Boy within the game? Yes. You need a whack-a-barrel boy. Kind of like whack-a-mole, but you gotta like whack Barrel Boy on the head. How are yous all? Welcome in, everyone. I am an easy target. Alright. What were you up to today? Hello, Manadono. Hello, Vex. Hello, Booyah. Hello, Yag. I was talking about whacking off again. No. Talk. I don't know where to go with that. That's. We'll leave it at that. Welcome. We were just checking out Velcro Bean's game that they're working on, and they've got a character that's like hides inside a barrel and walks around inside the barrel, and we're talking about merch that needs to do for Barrel Boy, basically. Blame the keyboard? Oh, feel free to. I can go by HypnotiK if you want. I'm fine with being called HypnotiK. Save game stuff, pretty boring. Selecting data to save, that kind of stuff. Conditions of save, etc. Nice. Well, I've been dealing with interactions all day. And I'm at the part that's annoying. Well, I should say the next part that's annoying. The next part. Ow. I do love how the boxes just fall onto the player's head. It's like, see how I can do this? Anyway. Oh, okay, so I can't do that. That's interesting. Okay. But I can still do that, so that's good. And that must mean that if I'm looking at them, I can still... Yes, that's what I wanted. Lovely. Yes. Bedtime for you? No worries. Much appreciate the raid. Have a great sleep. You've earned it. I'll just start calling you Kitten Pie. Kitten Pie. So my name reversed is Kitten Pie. Kitten Pie Bobble. Actually, Velcro, if you're still there, I have a question for you. A very important question before you go. I feel you've already gone to bed, though. You do not matter in the slightest. I was going to ask if I could put in a, tits. That's correct. Gotta feed a kitten right now, though. Fair enough, Finn. Go feed that kitty. I need to find out the force. Something, Emperor, something. Move this man! I heard kits. Near first aid one or a lunch one? I need to, like, the next time Velcro's online, I need to jump into their chat. Like, hey, can I have a bobblehead in my game that is Barrel Boy? I don't know how, actually, how would that work? How would that work? Because obviously, he needs to be just a body, but it's a bobblehead. It's a bobblehead. I can't have a bobblehead that's just a body, because then there's no head to bobble. You see the issue? Bobble Boy? Bobble Boy is just Jeff. That's all. Barrelhead instead. I could do Barrel Boy and just have his head as a barrel. That's possible. That is possible. That could work. But yeah, so the issue I have now, I think I already bought one of those. Yeah, I did. The issue I have now is I can pop this on here and I can take the box, you know, but damn it. I can take an item from the box, but I can also take the box. And now I have a situation where I have an item held in my hand. Permanently. And it's like completely broken and busted now. So, fuck, I need to figure that. That's gonna be a nightmare. Ah! GamDev. Yay. Barrel Boy somehow poked holes for his legs and arms. Like a sponge. I have an idea. I have an idea for Barrel Boy. Barrel Boy's gonna be one of the heroes. I need to check this with Velcro. Couldn't be worse. Couldn't be a worse bug than what Jitsbo was going through last night. What was Jitsbo going through last night? So Barrel Boy, what it'll be is it'll be a barrel as the body. There won't be any arms. No arms. There'll be legs out the bottom. And the head will be like a regular head, but it'll have the barrel lid on top of the head. So like the barrel lid will be a hat. Done. I was trying to fix a lighting bug with his Quake 2 mod. He fixed it by changing some map geometry, but kind of just gave up with fixing the engine bug. Isn't that how we fix most bugs? Just kind of put in a workaround to get around it. We don't actually fix the bug. We just go, no, I'm just gonna put this little check here and then move on. Yeah, it's a temporary solution until the engine bug gets fixed. That's all. Okay, so what do we need next? We're still in to-do for 6 years. It's not a critical bug, alright? It's not an important bug. If I do that, and I go into here, we go set interaction for the left menu. Interactions has data, it returns out. I could do that a bit earlier, actually. If that and left menu interactions does not have datum, now if it's not left menu, bottom menu interactions does not have datum. So we can do that so that way it doesn't even go into here. It just, yeah. So now, it's gonna be a bit of extra overhead because what's gonna be happening now is it's gonna constantly be sending that data to the interaction manager to update the interactions. So when I take an item, why is take box still visible? That could be a bigger problem, actually. That could be a much bigger problem. Said triple E754. What? There's virtually a bug caused by precision issues, but he couldn't get it fixed by changing its precision. And then he got sidetracked because I got a demo key for his main game and immediately found a bug with the loading system. I love doing that to people. I love doing that to people. So when I take an item, the move and the take box oh, there's a lot of bugs I have to fix around that. Alright. We're going to do that tonight. We need to fix up those bugs tonight. Storage shelves implemented. Need to fix interaction logics tonight. All right. Alrighty. Where are we gonna go, chat? Where do you want to go? Who do you want to go say hi to? We've got a few. There's a few people online, actually. There's a lot online. Home. You want to go home? Too bad. I'm not going to let you go home. You're not allowed. Not allowed to go home. Let's see. Is there anyone new? What do we got? I mean, there is them too. Okay. That was some weird ass smart detection auto mod. What are you doing? You have a friend playing Vintage Story? Go for it. Who is it? Why don't you play Vintage Story with your friend? Huh? Huh? Is it because they're not actually your friend? I feel we need to raid. Is there a game to drop into? Not really. No, Vintage Story is a completely separate game. I think it started as like a Minecraft mod, but then they just decided to make Vintage Story as their own game, sort of thing. Yeah. We can go to Digital Iliad, that's doing a game jam. We raided into them before with Cavino, so you know. Sounds like a plan. Damn right. I want to keep it. I want to keep it on the game deving side of things, like the software and game dev side of things. If I'm playing Peak or something, then when I raid out, I want to like raid into someone that's doing Peak, if there is someone doing Peak to raid into. All that sort, like that type of thing. Thanks for the show. No worries. I immediately dipped after being a raid into them. Why? Oh, you dipped to come to me. Ah, I getcha. I see, Sizzler. I see. Much appreciated, Sizzler. Alright, I am back. I am back in 5 hours. 5 hours, we're back. We're doing more of the Bobble Shop Sim. Get these interaction bugs fixed. And start working on UI icons and stuff like that. Yay. Hopefully. Provided my internet is back up. I do have my ISP doing emergency work. Emergency maintenance. Sometimes between now and 8 PM. So hopefully that's done between now and 5 PM. So that I can come back and keep streaming. But yeah. Alright. Let's see. Say good day, you good dunce, when we get into Digital Iliad. Otherwise, I will see you all tonight in 5 hours' time. Good night, you good dunce.